Good morning, everybody. The hearing board is in session. Today is Thursday, November 3rd, 2016. We're meeting in the hearing room at AQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar. Time is 9:08 a.m. We have today a continued matter on SCAQMD versus Sunshine Canyon Landfill, case 3448-14, a petition for an order for abatement. Who's representing Executive Officer this morning?
Good morning, Nicholas Sanchez on behalf of the Executive Officer.
And represent anybody else?
We will have other counsel
Okay.
appearing. They can announce their appearance at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. And representing the respondent, Sunshine Canyon.
Good morning, Tom Bruin for respondent.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Bill Beck for the respondent.
Thank you. Those who will be testifying this morning, please rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sanchez?
Thank you. The district will be calling Dr.
Excuse me.
We may want to alert, I see Mr. Bruin looking around. Dr. Lerner is going to be late, so he will listen to the tape and catch up on anything he may have missed.
Thank you. The district will be calling Dr. Jason Lowe this morning. Dr. Lowe is aware of air monitoring and sampling that has occurred in the community and at the landfill, as well as the analysis of the monitoring or samples taken by the district. He will be testifying about the data and the district rule 1150.1 reports that are submitted by the landfill to the district. There's been testimony and evidence on that earlier. That rule requires sampling from the facility as well as sampling of the landfill gas. I have just pulled out, as I indicated yesterday, the pertinent sections from those reports for basically the last 6 quarters, ending on the second quarter of 2016. And last, there was a report or a notice provided to the public and available on the district's website that talks about the analysis of the emissions from the landfill compared to the district MATE study, which is emissions within certain regions within the district. Dr. Lowe can give us insight on the comparison of that data. Dr. Lowe, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jason Lowe, J-A-S-O-N, last name Lowe, L-O-W.
And did you take the oath?
Yes, I did.
And what is your position at the district?
My position title is Assistant Deputy Executive Officer for the Monitoring Analysis Division, Science, Technology, and Advancement.
And how long have you been employed at the district?
I have been employed by the district for 15 years.
And what are the duties of your current position at the district?
Currently, I lead the monitoring analysis operations conducted by the district, which includes the air monitoring network, as well as special monitoring programs, which would deploy out for different community concerns or for facility concerns.
Does that also include oversight of the district's laboratory?
Yes.
And I had mentioned that, or were you aware that the district has taken air samples at the landfill and in the community?
Yes, I'm aware.
And to your knowledge, over the last 3 years, how many samples were taken by district staff and submitted to the lab?
For the last 3 years, since October of the last 3 years, it's been 38 samples.
And how many of those samples have, well, let me have you explain it. What happens after a sample is received by the district's laboratory?
Sure. When a sample is received by the laboratory, it is logged in, and then it is reviewed to make sure that the proper chain of custody elements are there. Once that is conducted, then is submitted to the appropriate analysis as requested through the chain of custody. The sample is then analyzed via that method, and then the data is reviewed and then reported.
And how many of the reports have been generated for the over 30 samples submitted to the district?
9 reports have been finalized.
And why haven't all the reports been finalized?
So at the time of the samples being collected, during that time, there was a gap in the senior chemist rank. The primary role for that chemist is to do the final or do the secondary level check of the data. What that entails is making sure what the chemist has being conducted. The actual analysis performance has met the quality control criteria. So the reports were not gone through that stage, so are not finalized.
And was there any other events occurring in the district that delayed samples being analyzed and finalized in their normal course of business?
Yeah, I mean, there are other projects that are being conducted, and that may get to compete with the finalization of reports.
And so I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 26, starting with lab report number 1507228, indicating a sample date of March 12, 2015, an analysis date of March 24th, 2015. And can you explain to us how is it that a report is not, even though a sample is taken in 2015, and the data may not be finalized until a later date?
Sure. So at least for specific reports, the data, like I mentioned, for these samples are run within a certain time frame so that it meets the quality control criteria to meet for a valid analysis. The chemist then conducts a preliminary screening of the data, and they have, as part of their training, if there's anything unusual about the sample, because these chemists have reviewed many, many different analysis of typical ambient air, so they become experts of what typical ambient air should look like on their instrument. If something looks largely unusual, then they report that immediately to the supervisor so it can go through immediate review. Sometimes, and specifically in this case, there were, again, that secondary level of review was not there for a long period of time, so reports that went through the preliminary screening by the chemist were not finalized until that position was filled, and then, again, there was other projects that were competing for that person's time to finalize. So, these were in the process of being finalized to the current date.
And before I walk you through this report, how was the samples taken in the community and at Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
So, with regards to a complaint, as I understand from the chain of custody information, the inspector would collect a sample near the point of where the complainant reported. Also, the inspector would go to near the facility and take a second sample. The sample is collected in a 6-liter stainless steel canister, and that canister is brought back to the laboratory for analysis.
And is that a standard procedure that we use for taking air monitoring samples in the district?
Yes, it is a typical way of conducting the sample. There are other sampling methods, but for this project, a canister was selected by the inspector.
And what sort of constituents or pollutants can be detected by our lab for taking samples in that manner?
So for the canister media, it is the volatile organic compounds that are being looked at. Typically, it could be looking for hydrocarbons or the gaseous components of air toxics.
And so I'd like to go to page 2 of that lab report, and can you walk us through what we're looking at?
Sure. So page 2 indicates information at the top. It's
That's page 2 of which exhibit?
looks like Exhibit 26.
Madam Clerk, can you please put on the monitor for me? Thank you.
Could you give me the Bates number, Nick?
This is AQMD 19740.
And we're going to be talking about page 19741. Please proceed.
Sure. So on this particular example, on the top is just a unique identification number for the analysis, which is the lab number. It gives a location, so that would be the Sunshine Canyon landfill. Then it indicates the analytical work performed, which defines the analytical method to be conducted. In this case, it says it's going to be done by the toxic organics, by gas chromatography, mass spectrometry with flame ionization detection.
Let me stop you there. So what is it you're actually doing to the sample once it comes into the lab to get this data?
Yes, so the sample is then, like I said, submitted into the laboratory and then logged into the information management system. Then it proceeds to go to the analysis, which is an instrument that basically withdraws some air from the sample and then runs it through a column. Essentially what it does is it becomes a race between molecules. So if all the molecules of gas, they run through this column or tube. And there's properties of this tube that make the different pollutants go at different rates through that column. So as they come out to the finish line, so to speak, at different times, it resolves it chemically to do identification. And then it is then detected and then produces a signal. The signal basically is proportional to the level of pollutants that is inside the sample. In this particular case, there's two different detection methods, FID, which is more sensitive to hydrocarbons, and then there's the mass spec, which provides a more robust identification and can get the air toxics.
And so I see two columns, or actually three. There's a compound, CONC, I assume that means concentration,
Correct.
and PPBV, that's parts per,
Parts per billion volume.
and then the last column I see on the top, it says typical ambient air. Can you explain to us the three columns?
Sure. So the compound is a unique identifier of the pollutant that's being analyzed for. The concentration is the level in parts per billion, which basically reflects in a billion molecules of air, that number represents how many molecules of that 1 billion is there. So it's essentially just a ratio. And the last one is the concentration that we would normally typically see in ambient air through the experience of the district conducting these analyses.
And so when you looked through these samples, did you look through all 9 samples that have been finalized?
Yes, I have.
Did you find any compounds that were above the typical ambient air levels?
So there was, for the majority of the compounds, they were all within typical. There was maybe a couple samples where there was a slight elevated compared to these typical levels, one of them being methylene chloride, and then the other one being methyl ethyl ketone. But their concentrations, again, one thing I should mention is that these are grab samples. So the grab samples, meaning that the inspector goes out, opens up the canister, which is pre-evacuated. So it's a 10-second snapshot, 10 to 30-second snapshot. The values that are seen in typical ambient, that is a 24-hour integrated sample typically. So it averages out. So because it's an average, it means that there could be some fluctuations within that average. So having a shorter snapshot with a grab sample, there could be some slightly higher deviations for the pollutants that are being measured in a grab sample. But they were not consistent. There was only, it was not consistent for those pollutants being elevated. It was only a smaller fraction that they were.
Okay, now I'd like you to turn to what's been marked as Exhibit 24, which are the 1150.1 reports, and I want you to look at which is identified as the second quarter, April through May, June 2016, starting with the table of contents. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, but I actually need to go back to our reports too. I do want to say that there was some other compounds too, the lighter hydrocarbons that were also slightly elevated. So that would include like ethane, propane. So just to be clear.
Okay.
Okay.
So now going to Exhibit 24, which is 1150.1 reports. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
And can you tell us what the, I'm going to put it up there in a second. Can you tell us the data that's contained in that document?
So in looking specifically at this Table 4A, the laboratory analysis report of ambient air sampling, it's my understanding through reading the report that these are 12-hour integrated samples. So what this means to me, according to the report, that these are samples that were collected from 9 a.m. To 9 p.m. and then from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. And This would create that 12-hour average, and then they are analyzed using the method identified in the report to get levels of the compounds that are presented in the table.
So I see in the table of contents, they have ambient air sampling and landfill gas sampling. What is your understanding of the type of sampling that they took according to the report?
Okay, so I think I just described what the ambient air sampling was. Sorry, I didn't realize you were talking about the table of contents. So the landfill gas sampling program essentially looked like it was taking a Tedlar bag sample at a point before it got flared. Specifically in the report, it said at the interface. Sorry. I just don't want to get the equipment name incorrect. They were, quote, collected from the main gas transmission line leading from the interior gas collection system to each of the flares. So those were collected over a 10-minute period into a 10-liter bag and then analyzed.
And did you look at the data that was obtained from analyzing these samples?
So I looked at all the ambient air sampling samples, and I looked at roughly half of the landfill gas samples results.
Okay, let me go to, what page is that for the 86? So the packet that I gave, passed out as exhibits, I'm going to page 86 of that document. Can you please walk us through the data contained in that?
Sure. So I'm in the top.
Council, could you, I don't know if you're referring to a, excuse me, to a Bates number, or I don't have a page 86 in my exhibit.
What I passed out yesterday were,
It's the second sheet on
Oh, okay.
Exhibit 24.
I found it, thank you.
Chairman,
Senator?
combing of these exhibits, so it can be somewhat confusing. Yesterday, I wrote 31 on this one. What exhibit is this one? What is the exhibit on the one that you're now before
We're
us?
looking at Exhibit 24.
oh, what was the exhibit before?
That's before us, the one you're discussing.
Oh, it's Exhibit 24. So Exhibit 24 consists of an entire 1150.1 report, but what I did for efficiency this morning is I just pulled out the applicable pages that we're going to discuss of those reports. So the first page was the table of contents that identifies the sampling done at the landfill. And now I'm going to Table 4A of the report from the second quarter of 2016, and we're going to talk about the data from those samples.
April, May, June.
Yes, well, it says July 6, 2016 on that page.
Right, April, May, June.
April, May, June, correct.
Okay, carry on.
Can you walk us
Ms.
through?
Bruce,
Just for the record, I just want to be really clear, because there's at least two page 86 in this exhibit that I saw, so I had turned to a wrong one.
Okay.
So just to be clear, you're on the second page of Exhibit 24 with the date, report date July 6, 2016.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you.
So let's start with the top, so we're clear about what you're referring to. Go ahead and describe the document.
Sure. I mean, so the top, to me, it looks like that's the contractor name of the laboratory that's conducting the analysis. In there, it indicates that it is a laboratory analysis report conducting the type of analysis, the Rule 1150.1 components analysis and Tedlar bag samples. It identifies the date, the person who's, I guess, requesting the services, which is Republic Services, identifies the location, Sunshine Canyon.
Go ahead and read the dates as you're going through that.
Sure. So this particular sample says the date received is June 22nd, 2016. The date analyzed was June 22nd and 23rd of 2016. So on the top row is basically an identification number that the contract lab uses to identify the sample to make it unique. And then you have several columns. The leftmost column of the report shows the components, so those are the pollutants being identified by these particular analyses. For me, this means looking at the components, there's several different types of analysis to produce this report. The second, third, fourth, and fifth columns are basically representing the different samples that were submitted, identified by unique numbers, and then the numbers within the columns identify the concentration levels in the topmost components for methane, ethane, and total non-methane organic compounds. They're all in parts per million volume. And then in the components that are below that, the concentration numbers are in parts per billion.
And did you compare the levels reported by the landfill to what we discussed in Exhibit 26?
Yes.
Were they consistent with each other?
Yes, they're mostly consistent.
And so-
the only thing I can say, well, I just wanted to mention, at least, for detection limits, for most of the compounds, they're comparable. For hydrogen sulfide, just want to make the note that 50 parts per billion is above the nuisance threshold of the California, which is 30.
Okay.
But that's an instrument limitation for the laboratory.
So they can't detect below 50?
They would not be able to distinguish a concentration value below 50, according to this report.
And it's your understanding that H2S level above 30 may cause a nuisance to individuals?
Well, that's the state standard.
Okay.
But if you're talking about odor thresholds, people can probably smell it between 2 and 8 parts per billion, depending on their sensitivities.
And so again, comparing this to our data, it was within the ambient air levels that the district has determined for the South Coast Basin.
It's consistent.
And now I'd like to go to Table 4B, which I believe is marked page 88 on this.
Yes.
Can you describe and walk us through that page of the document?
Okay, so 4B, this looks like a similar report, so everything's the same with the exception to the report date, July 6th. The date of the samples received is June 22nd, with the date analyzed June 22nd and 23rd. So again, all the columns and the pollutants are the same.
Okay. And is this consistent, or any of the components or compounds higher from this report compared to the ambient air report?
They're within typical. Dichloromethane may be slightly higher, but again, it doesn't look like it's consistent from the different reports.
Okay. And now I'd like to ask you what I marked as Exhibit 33. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
We can just go off the record briefly. I'll pull it up on the monitor.
We're off the record.
What's been marked as Exhibit 33?
Yes.
Can you describe that document for us, please?
So this is a document that was produced by the South Coast SCAQMD to provide a summary of the air monitoring study that was conducted between 2012 and 2013, and then a evaluation of the health risks from that study.
And who's your understanding who performed air sampling as referenced in this study?
So it looks like the air monitoring was conducted by a couple of contractors. The field portion was conducted by Roberts Environmental, and the analysis was being conducted by Columbia Analytical Services.
And did the district and other agencies review the results of those samples?
Yes, there are several other agencies that reviewed the results.
Was there some concerns with the validity of the data?
Yes, some of it, not all of it.
What was the district's position on the validity of the data?
The district's position on the validity of the data indicated that some of the data with regards to the carbonyl components had some concern.
And what are carbonyls?
Carbonyl components are ones that have a double bonded oxygen to it. So a lot of them are, for example, like formaldehyde and some of the other aldehydes associated with that analysis.
Okay, and I'd like to go to page 2 of that document. What was the data compared to for ambient air levels with this information?
So with many of the evaluations that are done for air toxics, we compare them to the most recent multiple air toxics exposure study, or MATES. In this case, it was the MATES 4 study, which basically conducts a year-round air monitoring study throughout the basin to give a risk estimate for various pollutants that are measured as part of that study. For this specific comparison, the levels that were compared from the Sunshine Canyon landfill air monitoring study was compared against the Burbank Station MATES 4 results, which is the closest air monitoring station as part of that study.
And were those specific compounds noted on the table, were they within the ambient air pursuant to the Burbank area MATES information?
So figure 1 in the report indicated that the levels of the air toxics benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylenes were below what were seen in the MATES 4 study.
Okay, I'd like you to, thank you. I'd like you to look at now page 4 of that study and figure 2. Can you explain to us what the data contained in that study indicates?
Sure. So this shows the carbonyl components of the study, which are formaldehyde and acetaldehyde, and it showed that they were slightly elevated at both the Van Gogh and also the Sunshine Canyon landfill site relative to the MATES 4 results. I should mention that they're not much higher than what's considered in the MATES 4, and there's also, again, there's potentially other sources for those compounds that are present in the area.
And is additional air monitoring being performed in the area since this study was analyzed?
Yes, it is my knowledge that LA City is initiating a contract with Sonoma Tech to conduct an air monitoring study.
And did the district participate in determining what should be studied and the protocols for this new air monitoring study?
I think that's probably stronger. I think the district was allowed to comment on the plan and the contract and provide input.
And will the district be monitoring the data that is being produced from this ongoing or new air monitoring study?
Yes, the city and AQMD are in collaboration to review the data.
And has that study already commenced?
The study has commenced, but the data has not been received yet to review.
And are you familiar with any known compounds or constituents that cause odors?
I'm familiar with some, yes.
And are you aware of those? And what type of odors are we talking about from those type of compounds and constituents?
So specifically, sulfur compounds, and there are several that are common. One of them is hydrogen sulfide, and that's the rotten egg smell that is typically smelled. There are certain mercaptans, which is the natural gas smell that people may report. And then there's other components that are maybe like sweet or aromatic. Some of those would be representative of the aldehyde species. And then there's also some more of the rancid smells, and that's usually considered acids.
Does the district have equipment to monitor or verify odors at the landfill?
The district is capable of measuring for the sulfur compounds.
Okay. And can we take air samples for odors?
For those specific pollutants, yes, but not all. The district cannot do for everything that smells. And there's also, I should mention, a lot of components that are not identified for their smells.
And is it fair to say that odors still remain a subjective thing that can't necessarily be quantified through our normal air monitoring procedures?
Through the normal monitoring procedures, yes, smells cannot be, not all smells can be quantified.
Thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
Good morning, Dr. Lowe.
Morning.
Let's talk about this 6-page letter report, which is Exhibit 33. Now, this report was prepared based on data collected by contractors retained by the Sunshine Canyon Landfill, but following protocols directed by the district pursuant to a prior stipulated abatement order. Is that right?
I'm not fully aware of that, but
The
I don't know
district
what's
will represent that's accurate.
All right, thank you. When this study was done, the results were collected in, that is, the samples were taken in 2012 and 2013, is that right?
I believe so.
Did you prepare this report dated March 10, 2016?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
I have a feeling, not for sure, but I have feelings of who may be authored.
What would that feeling be?
I think our health effects officer, Joe K. Gosh.
All right. Did you have any role in reviewing the data collected in the 2012 and 2013 air monitoring events and drawing conclusions from that data for purposes of preparing this summary report?
I did not personally review that component.
Have you ever looked at the actual data itself that was obtained in 2012 and 2013?
I personally have not, but AQMD staff has.
All right. And were those staff working under your direction?
No.
Whose direction were they working under?
They were under the direction of Rudy Eden, the former lab manager who has retired.
Okay. Do you know if prior to 2016, anyone at the Air District looked at the air monitoring samples taken in 2012 and 2013?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, what I'm trying to find out is, this report came out in March of 2016. It refers to data collected in 2012 and 2013. And I'm wondering if prior to March 2016, there were any reports issued by the district discussing the results of this air monitoring?
I need to ask Nick a question. So I'm aware of an internal technical memo that was circulated, but I don't believe it was made public.
What's the date of that memo?
I'd have to return back and get back to you on that.
All right. Nick, has that memo been produced to us in Discovery?
I believe it is in the discovery.
Could you tell me what the date is, just so we can locate it?
Okay.
I'd appreciate that. Dr. Lowe, this study did not collect any background or upwind samples from the landfill relative to the Granada Hills neighborhood, is that right?
From what I know of the report, again, this would be compared to the Burbank station, which would be considered kind of an area-wide background value. But I mean, if you're talking about within the specific region, I'm not aware.
Okay. Now, with respect to this graph that we're looking up on the screen right now, which talks about formaldehyde and acetaldehyde, the report concludes that it appears there may be a source of those two compounds other than the landfill that's closer to the Van Gogh School. Is that right?
Yes, I believe the report identifies that there's other potential sources.
Okay. There's a discussion in this report that the various compounds detected in this study did not reach the health risk screening levels set by the district. Is that accurate?
I believe that's what the report says.
Could you explain for the hearing board what a health risk screening level is?
I'm not a health expert, so I would not be able to answer that with certainty.
Our next witness this morning should be able to answer those
Oh, okay.
type of questions.
That's great. So let me turn, if I may then, to the, to Exhibit 26, which are the air samples taken by Mr. Israel, which were analyzed in your lab. Is that right?
Analyzed by the South Coast Lab. I don't
Yes.
personally have a lab.
Yes, okay. I'd like to refer you to the report for the date sampled of October 26, 2013. I just selected that because it was on the top of the documents that I received. And the Bates number in the bottom right is SCAQMD 19694.
Can we go off the record briefly so I can get to that document?
Sure.
We're off the record. We're back on the record.
Have you found it?
Yes. Amy pulled it up also.
The page, the Bates number is 19694, is that correct?
Correct. So, Mr. Law, I'd just like to go through this particular exhibit because it also has readings from a sample taken in the neighborhood by Mr. Israel at the time that, well, he's testified as to when he took these air samples. I won't repeat that. But if you look at the first page of this lab report for the sample taken 10/26/13, it indicates a date received of 10/31/2013. Is that the date that the lab received the sample?
That's correct.
And then below that, it says date analyzed, 12/22/2013. Is that the date that the various,
My reading of the report says 11/22/13, not 12/22/13.
oh, I'm sorry. So on November 22, that was the date of 2013. That's the date the laboratory actually took the air out of the canister and sampled it using the techniques you described earlier.
Correct.
And then if we look on the lower left-hand corner, it has date approved 10/21/2016. Is that the date that this report was actually prepared?
Finalized, yes.
Finalized, okay. Now, if we go to the last page of this report, can you tell me what this is?
So this is the chain of custody form that would accompany the sample to the laboratory.
Okay. And if you look, there's a portion at the bottom of this page where there's a little, there are 5 columns. The left column says relinquished by, and then next to that is a column entitled received by. And there's what appears to be a signature of Larry Israel under relinquished by. Do you see that?
Correct.
And then received by, there's a, it looks like the name Steve Barbosa is signed there.
That's correct.
So would that be evidence of the transfer of the chain of custody from Mr. Israel to someone at the lab?
Correct.
All right. And it shows the date then of October 31 and the time that the lab received this Summa canister?
Yes.
Or Summa canisters, correct? There were 2?
This one, yes, the chain of custody identifies 2 canisters.
So if you look above that chart, it says, right above it, there's a line that says sample collected by, and it says Lawrence B. Israel, you see that?
Yes.
And then the date of October 26, 2013, and then there's the time of collection as well?
Correct.
Is that something that's on this form when it's presented to the lab by Mr. Israel?
It's, when it's signed, it should be present on the form.
Okay. And then where it says Summa canister number E3381 collected at 21:43 hours in front of the residence at 13475 Mission Tierra Way, Granada Hills. Is that information that would be put in this form by Mr. Israel before it's presented to the lab?
He may handwrite this on the canister tag. There's also a canister tag that would be associated with it, and that information would be showing up on the chain of custody.
Okay. And then there's also a reference to a Summa canister sample taken on the Hall Road at the landfill. You see that?
Oh, at the Hall Road?
The Hall Road.
Oh, Hall Road, okay, yes, yes.
And above that, the block which indicates who took the sample, there's an X to the right of the words hazardous/toxic spill, and then the line below that, it says suspected violation. There's an X there, and then an insert for the rule, and the rule inserted is 402, which is the Air District's odor nuisance rule.
If that's a question, then I believe so.
Yes, and then to the right of that, there's a reference to a health and safety code section as well. And if you go below to the left, right above Mr. Israel's signature, it says analysis requested GCMS/odors. You see that?
Oh, yes.
So basically, Mr. Israel was saying there was a suspected violation of District Rule 402, and he wanted the Summa canisters analyzed for odors.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go to the second page of this lab report. And it shows a column for canister E3381, and that's for the canister taken at the residence on Mission Tierra Way.
Yes.
And then to the right of that, there's another, there's a canister E5183, and then below that it says 50 feet north of scale, so that's the canister sample taken at the landfill.
My reading says 500 feet, but yes.
Yes, thank you. And then to the right of that, there's a column entitled Typical Ambient Air 100 to 700.
Correct.
Now, 100 to 700, what are the units there? Is that parts per billion?
Yes, that would be parts per billion.
Okay. Now, I don't know if you can answer this question, but I've heard it said that a way to envision a part per billion is it's one molecule of water in an Olympic-sized pool. You ever heard that?
Roughly, yes.
Roughly, okay. So 1 part per billion would be roughly one molecule of water in an Olympic-sized pool.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a line on the left side of this sheet in the column under sample date, canister and sampling location, in capital letters of NMOC, PPBC. What does NMOC stand for?
So NMOC is non-methane organic carbon.
Non-methane organic carbon, did you say? Or
Correct, carbon. So what it is a measure, as I mentioned, this is two analytical methods. One is through the flame ionization detector, and the other one is through the mass spectrometry. The FID is basically, as the pollutants run out of that column or tube in order, it's analyzed, the tube is actually split between the two detection methods. One goes to the mass spec, one goes to the flame ionization detector, and in the flame ionization detector, the pollutant is burned within a flame to produce a signal. So as a measure of signal, it is parts per billion carbon, which means that it's proportional to the number of carbon molecules that is within the pollutant. So in addition, so it's a slight different perspective of the concentration, because to connect it to the ppb, you would have to divide it by the number of carbons that are in that particular pollutant.
If you look at the left-hand bottom of this page, there's a legend that says NMOC equals non-methane organic compounds. Is that different than non-methane organic carbon?
It's the same.
Oh, okay. Now, tell me how the district developed a range for non-methane organic compounds in typical ambient air.
Sure. So we have what's called the Photochemical Assessment Monitoring Station network. We have, historically, for about 20 some odd years, we've had a network of 7 air monitoring stations which collect samples on a 1 in 6 day basis, 24-hour integrated, to be able to analyze. So through those samples within the network, and these are regionally sited, so throughout the basin, would produce a natural range for those numbers.
All right. So if I were to take an air sample, say in the parking lot of the air district, it would be expected that that sample would contain some non-methane organic compounds?
That is correct.
And it would be expected to be likely within this typical range of 100 to 700?
Assuming you're not doing it when cars are running all around you.
All right. And for this particular sample, it shows a total for the sample taken in the neighborhood of non-methane organic compounds of 91 parts per billion. Is that right?
Parts per billion carbon, yes.
Yes, okay. Excuse me just a second.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a document marked as Exhibit HH, which is a chart we've prepared, which is entitled NMOC Totals in Larry Israel's Neighborhood Air Samples.
The chart distributed by Mr. Brun at this moment will be marked Exhibit HH.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Now, Dr. Lowe, I had this chart prepared simply to reflect the readings taken in the neighborhood, and this is in the grade-in area, because the last sample on the bottom is a sample taken from the landfill, and I really just want you to focus your attention on the grade-in area. I'll represent to you that we had the location and the sample date and the readings inserted on this chart. Could you look this over and tell me if this appears to accurately reflect the results of the various
Sure.
laboratory reports that you've produced to us thus far?
This chart doesn't say what compound.
This is for, my understanding is the total.
Oh, NMOC, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're off the record.
past 4:30.
Can we go back on the record?
We're on the record.
I just wanted to relay that Dr. Lowe's only available until 10:10, and then he'll be available again between 12 and 1. If we
Very
could
good.
plan accordingly, please.
I'm trying to wrap this up quickly, so try to accommodate Dr. Lowe.
So I'll just make mention that that's correct, but in my possession, I have 2 more reports.
All right. That was actually my next question, which is, you, Mr. Sanchez, and I spoke a few Saturdays ago, and you indicated you'd be producing these reports on a rolling basis. What's the timing for the remaining reports that are going to be produced?
I'll answer that. So I think we have, at this moment, they're doing the process of finalizing now. We already have another 20 reports that are pretty much ready to present, and then we have a remaining 8 that should be done this week.
Okay, thank you. Now, have you looked at these reports to determine if any of the compounds, specific compounds reported in these reports are above any odor detection thresholds at which a human nose can smell them?
For these components, and remember, this is a analysis of a very specific set of pollutants, it's my opinion that they would not reach some of the odor thresholds, at least that of the compounds that I'm aware of.
So there's nothing odorous in these air samples?
Of these particular components, yes, but these samples were not analyzed for all odoriferous components.
And these sample reports were not available at the time the district filed its petition in this action?
That's your question. If you don't know, you don't know. Oh, okay. I don't know.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Mr. Lowe, early in your testimony, you referred to exhibit number 26, and on the second page of that exhibit has a Bates number of SCAQMD 19741. In the right-hand column, you told us that's typical ambient air concentrations. The middle column is the findings for that particular sample. And you pointed out that the typical ambient air information on the right-hand column was 24-hour average samples. That's correct? Okay.
Correct.
And the middle column, however, were grab samples, which represented an instant in time.
Correct.
Okay. You pointed out that that it's possible that those numbers could be lower. For example, methylene chloride was measured at 0.4, and the typical ambient levels shown in the right-hand column are 0.1 to 0.4. But it's also possible that it could be the other way. So
Correct.
it's
So it depends on the source strengths that are in the local environment.
so
Again, the typical ambient air are samples representative of our air monitoring network, which is cited in accordance to US EPA criteria.
okay. With respect to hydrogen sulfide, I think you said that the air quality, the state air quality standard is 30 parts per billion?
Yes.
Averaged over a period of time?
That is actually hourly.
Or,
It's hourly standard.
and, okay. And the detection methods that you use, the mass spec and the FID, their limit is 50 PB?
No, so with regards to the components that are analyzed here, it's much lower than that. But if you're asking for sulfur compounds, no, the mass spec and FID are typically not used for sulfur compounds.
And what do you use for sulfur compounds?
Typically, if we're trying to do component analysis of sulfur compounds, we use what's called a sulfur chemiluminescence instrument. What it does is it reduces it all to a specific sulfur compound, and then it can analyze it through spectroscopy.
And that detection limits there?
The detection limits for that instrument can range between 2 and 15 parts per billion, at least run by the AQMD.
Parts per million?
Parts per billion,
Billion.
yes. So the contract lab that was used for the other lab had a different detection limit at the time.
Okay. Years ago, I know that there was a state ambient air quality standard for vinyl chloride. Is that still on the
I believe it's
books?
still there. I don't recall offhand what it is.
Okay. So my question was going to be whether,
Yeah.
well, let's see. There it is. For that sample, on that page, 19741, vinyl chloride is shown as non-detectable. Non-detectable by the methods used.
Correct.
Okay. Is there another method that might have been able to measure vinyl chloride in the air?
This is typically the best for vinyl chloride. There is another method called electronic capture that would be able to emphasize some of the more halogenated species. So that's the chlorinated, the brominated species. But as far as what's typically used, mass spec, just because you want confirmed identification. However, I mean, the detection levels of the mass spectral analysis is below that for the state standard. So if it's not detected, it should be already protective of that standard.
Oh, so it's within the state standard.
Yeah, I mean, what I was mentioning before, hydrogen sulfide was not within the California, at least for the contract lab, or, you know, for the 1410 reports. But for these components, the detection limits are well within health thresholds.
Going now to the sample that Mr. Bruin questioned you about, it appears on
19696.
1969, yeah, 6. But if I go to one of the prior pages, 19694, the date sampled was October 26, 2013,
13, my reading.
and the date analyzed was November 22nd, 2013. That's 27 days delay between sampling and analysis.
Correct.
What is known about these canisters? Does the sample somehow deteriorate or adsorb on the inside surfaces of the
So, I
canisters?
mean, studies of different pollutants within sampling media may change over time. However, it's acceptable within quality control criteria for decisions according to the method that 30-day holding time is appropriate. So anything outside of that 30 days, we would consider not valid or less valid for, depending on what the purpose is.
Was that something the district determined, or is that the result
That's per
of?
the method.
Say that again?
Oh, that's per the method?
Okay.
Yeah.
Per the sampling method.
Per the analytical method, because the quality control check has to be incumbent for this on the analysis. Because the quality control check on the sample is a little bit different. The analysis checkpoint was the sample analyzed within 30 days after receipt of the sample. That's the analytical quality control.
Okay, so the question is, how do you know that the sample did not deteriorate during that period of time? That the sample that was taken, the aliquot that was taken out of the canister
Sure.
has the same concentration of contaminants as what went into the canister 27 days earlier.
Right. So when these methods are assessed, that determination is done over time in terms of when The methods are being developed, and when they're reassessed, in fact, they're doing a reassessment of the method now, they have to redo some of these tests because things change, whether it be analytical technology, whether it be sample media technology. So because of that, you have to redo some of these tests to establish new quality control criteria. So at the time when the method was being developed, since that criteria existed for the 30 days, that criteria was tested already previously to be established criteria to be acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Board members, Ms. Prusek?
I have a question, but should we hold them?
Yeah,
or-
we're close to 10 after, and we have Dr. Lerner and Ms. Prusek and Ms. Byrd all have questions, so why don't we take a break and look forward to seeing Mr. Lowe, Dr. Lowe, later in the day.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's take a recess and reconvene at 25 after. We're back on the record. We're off the record.
Mary Reichert, on behalf of the executive officer. I have a page that was actually missing from the back of Exhibit 33. There was an exhibit or an attachment, so I'm going to give you the one page for that to be added to 33. And then I have Exhibit, I guess it's 34 is next, or did you mark something else? And then the next exhibit would be 34. That was the page. Here's the find, so you have it. Sorry. What? This is my first time.
Ms. Reichert, I have two sheets. One says attachment at the top. Is that the additional page to Exhibit 33?
Correct.
Okay. And the other is titled Facility Information Detail, and it's with respect to Facility ID 49111, and that'll be Exhibit 34.
Correct.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. This witness needs to be administered the oath, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
The district calls Ian McMillan. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Ian McMillan, spelled I-A-N, last name M-A-C, capital M-I-L-L-A-N.
Thank you. And what is your position here at the district?
I am a planning and rules manager, specifically for the AB 2588 program and the AER program.
And what is your role in the district's analysis of air emissions coming from landfills?
So under both of those programs, the AB 2588 is our air toxic hotspots program, and our annual emissions reporting program, or AER. Those both have requirements for facilities like landfills, and specifically Sunshine Canyon landfill. They need to report emissions to the district under both of those programs.
Okay. So you are familiar with the requirements and the purpose of health risk assessments, correct?
Yes.
Generally, what are health risk assessments used for?
Generally, a health risk assessment is used kind of as a planning tool. It's to try to determine what the potential health risks are in the community from a facility's emissions. It's folded into several district regulatory programs, one being the Toxic Hotspots program that requires existing facilities to report their toxic emissions to the district, and if those emissions exceed certain levels, to then conduct a health risk assessment. And if those risks in that health risk assessment exceed district thresholds, then they might need to do public notification or risk reduction activities. But again, the health risk assessment is one of the first steps to determine how to plan out the next stages. The two other programs that health risk assessments are required are under permitting, to determine what the risks are before a permit is issued, and then also under CEQA. And again, CEQA is also a planning tool. So all of these cases, health risk assessments are really used as a planning tool. One of the key reasons that health risk assessments are used is because it's a dispersion model that can be done with some limited information and produces some predictions about what will happen out in the community. Part of the reason we do this is because it's generally infeasible to place monitors out everywhere in the community, and especially for years at a time. So that the modeling is a way to get out what community impacts are. But if you have monitoring data, typically that is relied on instead of modeling.
So if you do have monitors that's capturing data, and you were to perform a health risk assessment and there was a conflict between what the monitors were showing and what the modeling of the health risk assessment showed, how would you evaluate that disparity?
Typically what happens, and we do this in our AB 2588 program, is we'll use the monitoring data to calibrate the model to make sure that that the model is accurately predicting what the concentrations are going to be out in the community. So it will be used to calibrate the model.
Okay. And based on your analysis of emissions at Sunshine Canyon Landfill, is there a good reason at this time to require the landfill to conduct an HRA or a health risk assessment?
I'm thinking we'll probably get into some more details on this, but in short, no. Again, there's sort of two reasons. One, we have no basis under any regulatory program to require them to do so. And two, we do have monitoring data that's past monitoring study, and in addition, I believe there's current monitoring going on out in the community that would be a better tool for assessing potential impacts.
Okay, well, let's start with the regulatory requirements. So that's based on general emissions reporting to the district, is that right?
Yes.
So in relation to the landfill, how are their emissions reported to the district?
I do want to walk through both programs, if that's okay, the annual emissions reporting program as well as the AB 2588 program. So under the annual emissions reporting program, facilities are required to report their criteria pollutants, such as VOCs, NOx, et cetera, every year. And there are a limited list of toxic pollutants that are reported every year, such as benzene. Under the AB 2588 program, every 4 years, a facility also needs to report a more comprehensive list of toxics. One example would be some of the aldehydes are reported every 4 years, but they're not reported necessarily every year. I think one way that we can see this is, I think one of these exhibits, this was, I can't quite remember that.
Are you referring to the page that we added to Exhibit 33?
Yes.
Okay.
So in this table, this contains the data that's been reported by Sunshine Canyon Landfill to the district. If we focus on the top table showing the criteria pollutants in tons per year, this is what's reported under the annual emissions reporting program, and we see that every row indicates a year. If we look at the VOCs, these would be a good proxy in general for toxic emissions as a whole. And what we see is that there have been emissions reported through time, that there is some fluctuation in this data. I do want to touch a little bit on this fluctuation. I think it would help help us understand what the emissions profile is. What we see in particular is that in 2014 and in 2015, the emissions for VOCs are much higher than they were in previous years. The main reason for this is not necessarily that there is actual any operational change that we're aware of at the landfill that is reflected by these numbers. It's actually just a change in the calculation methodology. And one of the differences here is that beginning in 2014, Sunshine Canyon Landfill started reporting what we would call fugitive emissions, or emissions from the surface of the landfill in general. These are emissions that are not coming out through their gas collection system, they're not going through the flares or being burned off in any sort of combustion equipment. These are general emissions that are coming out through the surface of the landfill. The way that these are calculated is by using an EPA model called LandGEM. That model predicts the total gas generated by a landfill given the total throughput and the age of the landfill. And so you can get a total number of tons per year of VOC from this EPA model. Then there's an assumed collection efficiency of 75% as far as the gas collection system. And so you subtract the 75% from what the LandGem model predicts, and you would end up coming up with 41.8 tons, shown here in 2014. Prior to this 2014 year, this LandGem model was not actually used. It was just an estimate of what actually came out of the flares, what came through the gas collection system. And that's actually the typical approach that is used by all landfills throughout the district. They don't actually report these fugitive emissions. So Sunshine Canyon did a different method to actually report more emissions than other landfills have been doing. We're actually going to be using this method as a basis for developing a standard approach for all landfills in the district. So while Sunshine, they did this voluntarily on their own, it was a bit of a surprise to us that they did this back in 2014. When we went back and took a look at this, we realized that there was a little bit extra conservatism put into the 2014 year. By assuming that only 75% of the gas was collected as a default parameter, there's actually additional data that can be used to refine that number. And so this additional data is the gas collection system itself at the landfill measures how much gas is collected. So you can measure how much gas is collected versus what is predicted to come out and subtract the two. And you find that instead of a collection efficiency of 75%, it's closer to actually 90%. So when you see a big drop in emissions in 2015, from 41 tons to 16 tons, that's actually a reflection of using on-site data to determine what the collection efficiency is. So we believe that the 2015 number shown in this table is probably a little bit closer to a real number of what we would expect.
And was an audit performed to correct the, or update the 2014 emissions reporting?
Yes, and so that audit, the audited values are actually presented in this additional attachment. That's the facility information detail that was just handed out.
Exhibit 34.
And so this facility information detail is actually from our website. All of these emissions are reported online. What you can see here is this is for Sunshine Canyon Landfill. You see that it's where it says select AER year. This is the 2014 year emissions. And when you look down to VOC in that top table, you see that the annual emissions are shown as 20.29 tons per year. And this 20.29 is a correction of the table on Exhibit 33, the 41.8 tons per year. So that audit is reflected in this facility information detail sheet. So what we're saying is that there is what appears through time to be an increase in emissions is actually just a change in calculation methodology. But there are emissions that are being reported here that are much higher than other landfills are reporting.
Is this same methodology used to calculate toxic emissions?
It's a similar methodology on the toxic emissions. There's some difference that I should describe. So on the toxic emissions, again, this LandGem model from EPA is used. This LandGem model gives both VOCs as well as what we call the speciated compounds, or the individual toxic compounds, benzene, acetaldehyde, et cetera. And what was reported in 2014 was under the AB 2588 program was this long list of pollutants. So a full comprehensive list of toxics was reported in 2014. In this 2014 year, they again used all the default parameters from the EPA model as far as how much benzene, how much formaldehyde, how much acetaldehyde. Those were all default values from the EPA model. In 2015, they went back and again used on-site specific data. And this on-site data showed that there were lower levels of toxics in the on-site data for 2015. During the audit, to be conservative, this was not taken into account in 2014. So the 2014 actually is a very conservative report on the toxic side that does not reflect sort of the on-site data that has been collected under the 1150.1 program. So the toxic emissions that are reported on this facility information detail sheet, you see that there's a whole long list of toxics on the second table down below. Those are all what we would consider probably higher than was actually being emitted from that facility in 2014 or in 2015. So it would be a conservative estimate.
So what is the mechanism used to take these toxic emissions reportings and determine whether they trigger the requirement for a health risk assessment?
Under the AB 2588 program, we have something called a facility prioritization procedure. The district has a facility prioritization procedure. This is very similar to what is used at the state level. And this is a screening assessment to look at really some just simple parameters. What are the emissions? And how close is a facility to nearby receptors, such as homes or workplaces, and using just those two parameters to determine whether or not a facility needs to conduct a health risk assessment, a more detailed assessment. And it's meant to be very conservative so that facilities will, so that it's meant to be conservative so that there's not an underestimation of risk in this screening procedure.
Are there any changes anticipated for this prioritization procedure?
There are some changes that we are proposing. We're actually bringing this facility prioritization procedure to the governing board tomorrow for an update to it. This procedure, the updates that are being proposed for tomorrow are actually a refinement that will make it will effectively lower all of the priority scores for all facilities. It's right now, district staff feels that that procedure is too conservative, and so it's requiring too many health risk assessments that aren't warranted, and so we're actually tightening it up a little bit so that it will still be very conservative, but removing a little bit of that conservatism.
Can you describe kind of the prioritization scale and what the different levels are?
Sure, it's generally, there's three categories in prioritization: low, medium, and high. The high being a priority score greater than 10. And if your priority score is greater than 10, then your facility is going to be asked to prepare a much more detailed toxics inventory, and then eventually we'll move on to a health risk assessment. If a score is between 1 and 10, then a facility does not need to prepare a health risk assessment, but in 4 years, they'll again report their toxics inventory to us through this, similar to this AER program. And if their, if their score is below 1, then a facility is exempted out of the AB 2588 program. For the score that was calculated in 2014, which was the most recent year, that applies for AB 2588 for Sunshine Canyon Landfill, the score was between 1 and 10. So it would fall in that intermediate category. The score is about 8.5, 8.7, something like that.
Okay, thanks. And now, is there any other mechanism that we use or that we could use to require an HRA?
Under our Rule 1402, District Rule 1402, this is the district's rule that implements the state AB 2588 program. There is another mechanism that can be used, and this is if the executive officer feels that there is information that we have that shows a facility's impacts on the community are above the public notification level, which in this case is a cancer risk of 10 chances per million. So if we have some other information that we believe a facility is causing a risk higher than that, then we can require a health risk assessment. Typically in the past, this has meant, for example, if a facility has a source test that comes out much higher than expected on a piece of equipment, or if there's monitoring data out in the community that shows that there are risks that are attributable to the facility that are much higher than the notification level, then we will ask for a health risk assessment.
And has there been any monitoring of toxics that's been conducted out in the community?
Yes, I believe there's a study that was done in the 2012-2013 timeframe, and I believe there's additional monitoring going on today.
So is the 2012-2013 study, is that reflected in Exhibit 33?
Yes.
Who was responsible for this study?
The study, as I understand it, was required as part of a previous stipulated order for abatement, and was conducted by consultants for the landfill.
And what were the results of the study?
I think in general, what we found, if we look at the graphs in here, and I think this might have been covered in earlier testimony, for most pollutants, for example, in Figure 1, we find that most pollutants were below the kind of typical levels of toxics that we expect out in the district based on our MATES 4 study. So we see here for the BTEX, benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, xylenes, that generally the levels are much lower than were found at the Burbank monitoring station. One of the other things that I do want to note on this graph is that the monitor at the landfill for these pollutants in all cases was higher than the monitoring data at Van Gogh Elementary, indicating that pollutant levels are higher at the landfill than they are at the community. Whereas if we go to Figure 2 in this same exhibit, showing the formaldehyde and acetaldehyde, and I believe that these were discussed earlier as far as the data quality. But accepting the data as is here, we see that the formaldehyde and acetaldehyde were a little bit higher than what was found out near Burbank. But we see here that actually the school is higher than the landfill, which indicates that there's probably some source of emissions that would be closer to the school for these pollutants than to the landfill itself.
You mentioned concerns about data quality. Can you discuss that in a little more detail, please?
As I understand it, there were some concerns about the carbonyls, and I believe there's a sampling methodology that is separate for those than for, not a sampling, but an analysis methodology that is separate for those than for the BTEX and other compounds, and that there was just some concerns about some of that data quality. I think what this report did is reflect what could be extracted from that data set.
And is what's being done in response to those concerns?
I think there were a number of concerns raised in several peer reviews of this first toxic study, and because of those concerns, and then this second study is going on right now by, I believe, LA City and their contractor.
And if this new study finds potentially high risks in the community attributable to the landfill, what can the district do under the existing regulations?
So as I described before, under Rule 1402, we can require the landfill to conduct a health risk assessment.
Okay, but at this time, the results of the study do not indicate a level of risk that we would require a health risk assessment for?
That is correct.
Are there any drawbacks to doing requiring an HRA at this point?
I think there could. I think it's fair to say that there could be some drawbacks to doing an HRA. One of thinking on a technical basis, conducting a health risk assessment requires a dispersion modeling component. The dispersion modeling that will be required in this case would probably be a little bit more complex than a typical health risk assessment. The terrain in the area and the hour-by-hour wind data that's needed for a dispersion model would be pretty complex, and the typical software used, called AirMod, it's an EPA model that would be used for a health risk assessment. It's actually used for, I would say, 99% plus of health risk assessments under AB 2588. It probably would not be able to handle this sort of analysis, and some more complex, refined modeling would be needed. So there would be an extra level of effort required. Now, just because there's an extra level of effort doesn't mean that that's necessarily a drawback. I think the real reason that we're not sure that a health risk assessment is really appropriate at this time, or it's probably more than that we believe a health risk assessment is not appropriate at this time, is that it would take a considerable amount of resources. But as we've seen from the monitoring data, the concern right now from emissions from this landfill is not the pollutant impacts in the community from a toxic standpoint. The toxic levels are not at a level that we believe are necessarily a concern from everything we know so far. Really the concern is on odors. And a health risk assessment is not really going to say anything about odors in the community. It's not designed to assess odors in the community. It's not designed to assess the strength of odors in the community, and I don't think it's the right tool to tell you that. So there would be a considerable amount of resources that would be needed for a health risk assessment that would probably divert away from the real issue, which is odors. The other thing I should say is that, as we mentioned earlier, any modeling that would be done would use the monitoring data to calibrate the model. We really use monitoring data. When we have it, it is really kind of the main ground truth we use on toxics. So if we have the monitoring data and that's just going to calibrate a model, we're going to spend a lot of effort to go through this modeling just to use the monitor. So again, it just does not seem to be the appropriate tool to use in this particular case.
Okay. I think you answered my last question, which was basically based on a prioritization score that we've assigned to this facility based on the analysis of their emissions reporting and the results of this toxic study. Is there any reason to conduct an HRA at this time for the landfill?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Beck?
Thank you. Mr. McMillan, my name is Bill Beck. Good morning.
Morning.
I just want to go to page 6 of Exhibit 33, which is the summary of evaluation of health impacts. And look first at the first paragraph. I'm going to cover the first 2 paragraphs.
Okay.
For the first paragraph, for everything except formaldehyde and acetaldehyde, the numbers that were generated from the health study were below the MATES 4 Burbank study values?
Correct.
For typical ambient air?
Correct.
And in terms of how this study was conducted in 2012 to 2013, it included a full year plus of monitoring data at Van Gogh Elementary and an even longer period of monitoring at the landfill itself.
I can't remember exactly how much happened at each site, but yeah, it's my recollection that it would be a little bit more than a year for both sites.
Let me just ask you to turn to page 2 at the top and look at the first full paragraph.
Yes.
Do you see that the study period for the landfill was significantly longer than a year and at Van Gogh was just over a year?
Yes.
So this is a pretty good, big, robust data set, fair enough?
I would say the length of time, yes, it's certainly typically for a monitoring data or a monitoring study of this type, a year's worth of data is what would be considered a good data set.
Good. And then specifically for the 2 chemicals, formaldehyde and acetaldehyde, that had values at both Van Gogh and at the landfill that were somewhat above what had been determined at Burbank in the MATES 4 study, the values were actually higher at the school than they were at the landfill in both categories. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's one of the reasons, plus the just general ubiquitous or frequency of occurrence of formaldehyde and acetaldehyde in the environment. Those are the reasons why the evaluation of the study concluded that there may very well be a different source than the landfill for those compounds.
I believe there were also some concerns about the laboratory analytical results as well, outside of looking at trying to interpret the data. I think there were actual concerns about how the data was actually analyzed.
And so both of those points were made. There was a data quality problem, but even taking the data at face value, they tended to indicate that something other than the landfill was the source at Van Gogh. To clarify, I think it's saying that there is another source besides the landfill, not that the landfill is not a source, but that there is potentially another source besides the landfill. Okay. And for example, for formaldehyde, there are lots of indoor sources for formaldehyde.
There could be, yes, in general.
And then let me just go to this second bullet because I want to cover something in terms of scale. The second bullet in the summary of Exhibit 33 on page 6 states, quote, strong unpleasant odors have been known to evoke physiological responses such as headaches and nausea. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Okay. And by strong odors, we're not talking about faint or very faint or even distinct odors. We're talking about odors which are stronger than that, correct?
To the extent that you have knowledge what they meant by that word in this document.
I think when it comes to odors, it's difficult to drill down specifically on what is a level that may or may not cause a physiological response. I think it's fair to say that, you know, the statement that's here is accurate, that strong unpleasant odors have been known to evoke physiological responses. I think it's unclear at what point you go from strong to moderate and what level that is and what sorts of health effects may or may not be there.
Just to determine who I should be asking what question of, if I ask you the question of how many dilutions to threshold does it take to activate the trigeminal nerve and potentially result in these kinds of immediate health effects, would you know what I was asking?
In general, but I think our health effects officer is probably the one that is best suited.
Okay, and we'll have an expert on that question too. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Board members? Ms. Byrd?
I just have a basic question because I haven't kept up with which study happened in which year. So MATES 4 is from which year?
2012, 2013.
It is. Has there been a MATES study done since that one?
No, MATES 5 has not begun yet.
MATES 5 has not been. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Prusek?
This Exhibit 33, does that represent, what level of review was done by the district? Was there a separate analysis done of the findings that were made by the independent consultant for Republic, or?
With regards to the monitoring data,
Yes, I mean, and everything that's in this report in terms of the findings.
so this report covers both the monitoring data as well as the emissions data. So the emissions data, generally that analysis is all, those emissions are reported directly to the district, and then the analysis is all done by district staff. On the monitoring data, again, there were consultant reviews that were outside of the district, and then district staff on top of those reviews did its own analysis as well.
Of the raw data?
Yes, that's my
Okay.
understanding.
Thank you.
Perhaps this question is best addressed to Dr. Lowe, but since you mentioned it, I'll ask you. You spoke about the formaldehyde and acetaldehyde being higher at Van Gogh School than at the landfill, and you said there was some concern about the method of, now, Van Gogh School data relative to the landfill data, that was the same method
Yes.
used, okay. Was that the same method used in the MATE study?
I'm probably not the right person to answer that.
Okay, Dr. Lowe, probably. Okay, anyone else? No other questions?
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up?
Okay, follow-up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Senator has a question here.
No, I'll wait for the senator. Thank you.
These compounds on 33, are they odorless?
No, not necessarily. I think it depends on the level of the pollutant in the air and which pollutant you're talking about.
Therefore, even though they're not toxic in some cases, based on your studies, sufficient to cause a health problem, they could generate odor that would be a nuisance.
That's certainly possible. These, and I would say that there's potentially other pollutants as well.
Which one that, if it's any form of concentration, would generate the most annoying odor?
I'm probably not the right person to answer that question.
Nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide?
Again, there's a variety of compounds that can cause odors. There's a number of sulfides that can cause odors. There are some VOCs that can cause odors. But again, it depends on the concentration. But on the specifics, I'm probably not the right person to answer that.
When you perform your study and your test, it's a discrete analysis that gives you these numbers that you have here, based on the compounds that were collected. You're able to separate one compound from the other and the device in which it was collected. Is that true or false?
I'm just going to object. I'm not sure which study you're talking.
You can object, but he knows what I'm asking.
I just wanted to clarify, because you said on a study that we performed, but
In this report,
So in this report, the tables that you're referring to here, these are emissions data that are reported to us. Typically, these are not from, actually, I should say, these typically use either models or emission factors provided by EPA, but there is some calibration done from data collected from the landfill, and there are specific compounds that are identified.
right, so
that
you're
collect the
able
data.
to identify these specific compounds that were collected at the site, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that means you can separate out the compound to analyze the quantity, the concentration of it,
We can.
doing your
yes.
study. Right?
Yes, there is for example, on the 1150.1 reports, which I think you heard about earlier this morning, there is a lot of data that's collected that determines concentrations of compounds.
So maybe not you, but maybe someone else can tell us the effect on the person, health-wise or otherwise, if all these compounds mix together and they inhale them. Okay, it's then become a compounded problem to the physical being. Is that true or false? Would you think that'd be the case?
Under
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object that the question's being posed to someone who I think has indicated he's probably not the right person to answer this.
He was about to answer, so.
Question.
Excuse me, we have an objection.
It's a
Ms.
qualification
Prusak.
question.
I think this is different from what the witness indicated he was not, well, and the witness can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when it was having to do with odors, that the witness said he was not the right witness, but we're talking about health risk, is that?
The odors.
I don't know if we're, can you specify specifically what you're asking about? Are you asking about the effect from toxic standpoint or the effect from odor standpoint?
Actually, from a toxic standpoint, it could be, but we don't know that to be a fact. I think it was your answer before. But from odors, when it's mixed and it's inhaled, and it will be, and that's what's being done right now, what effect, if any, that would have on an individual, if you know of any?
what I can answer, or what I can speak to is on the toxics side. We don't have any reason to believe that there are what we would call toxic impacts above any district threshold from the emissions from this facility. I think that what you've seen in this report was a statement that, in general, strong unpleasant odors can cause a physiological response. Speaking in any more detail about that is, I'm probably not the right person on the odor
Your
side.
point's made, though. They smell it.
There are a number of complaints that we're aware of smells from this facility, yes.
And the test has been based on the specimen that was collected at the site when the complaints have been made. Is that true or false? Or do you know that to be the case?
I'm sorry, I can't really understand the senator's question.
The air was collected at the site where complaints have been made. Is that not correct?
I think this is from earlier testimony, which I listened to a little bit this morning. So there were some samples. I don't know that those samples are used anywhere in this report as far as the emissions coming from the facility or the monitoring data from the previous study. I believe that's a separate analysis. It's many of the same pollutants, but it's a separate analysis.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. McMillan? Mr. Beck?
Just two things to clear up that came from the questions from the board. First of all, the senator used the phrase collected at the site in reference to the tables that have been provided, the table on the last page of Exhibit 33, table in Exhibit 34. These are not actually measured data at all, are they?
So as I described in the very beginning, with the emissions data that's reported here through the AER program and through AB 2588, in general that uses an EPA model as a base. Right. It then also uses to calibrate data collected on site.
Right.
And so it's a mixture of both collected data as well as modeled data.
Got it, okay. And then the study that was done that is described at length in Exhibit 33 is actually a collection of ambient data over a long period of time.
For the monitoring data, yes, that's correct.
And to be clear about whose report this is, I know that CH2M Hill conducted the work, and Sonoma Technologies, as another consultant, evaluated the work. But this memo, which evaluates the work itself, is the district's memo.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are out of witnesses.
Mr. Sanchez or Ms. Reichert, what's next?
We don't have any witness availability till at least noon. I was going to suggest for continuity, perhaps we could have public testimony at this time.
That would be good. We did set aside some time at 3:30 for public testimony, but I see that the one individual for whom I have request to speak card is here, and perhaps we can use the time productively. Mr. Hunter yesterday was kind enough to waive his 5 minutes, and so he will have those 5 minutes plus today's 5 minutes. Ms. Bird?
This is just for, has to do with time. I believe Mr. Sanchez said that the witness would be back at noon. So we need to determine if we want to go to lunch before that or if we want to go at 1 o'clock. Because he's available 12 to 1? Okay,
Correct.
okay.
And then our next witness is not available until 1:30.
12 to 1, 1:30.
So why don't we 12 to 1, take the one witness, and 1 to 1:30, take Mr. Hunter, and 1:30, take the other, and finish now.
Yeah. Lunchroom is open. Let's do that.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Okay, well, no, you're, we'll take you a little bit later.
Oh,
We're going to take an early lunch.
oh, certainly, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I wasn't listening either. Okay. Oh, this is Mr. Hunter's exhibit? Okay. We have another exhibit. This is from Mr. Hunter. Will be public exhibit 8. Oh, 118? 18. Yeah. The exhibit is titled Sunshine Canyon Landfill Odor Abatement Hearing, and it's dated November 2nd, 2016. It'll be public exhibit 18. Let's take our lunch recess, reconvene at 12. We're back on the record. Mr. Sanchez, your witnesses for this afternoon, how much time do you expect for the direct?
For Dr. Lowe, I think he just has board questions remaining. There may be a few redirect, but I can't imagine it will take more than 20, 25 minutes. He's on his way down. I would also, and for the next witness, I think it was just remaining crossed by the hearing board members. I don't know, there may be some redirect, but I,
That's Ms. Lee?
yes, Dr. Lee. And then also just indicate, so I gave the board a new binder, volume 4, and it is tabbed 27 through 40 to catch up on the exhibits that went beyond the original binder. And hopefully the district can come down and hole punch or whatever and facilitate whatever.
We can do it.
Okay, 12 should have been brought down, but I will double check.
Mr. Chairman, as long as we're on the record, we have some exhibits that haven't been offered yet. We have no objection to the district's exhibits 24 and 26, and we would like to offer our exhibit HH.
Mr. Sanchez, is HH acceptable as a introduction evidence?
No objection. I'd also ask that, I think we're up to Exhibit 34, ask that Exhibit 34 be marked and admitted in evidence also.
And we have no objection to that.
Okay, so exhibits 24, 26, 34, and HH are in evidence.
And 33 also, I think, I don't know if that, I think
And no objection to that.
Exhibit
As
33.
well as 33. Mr. Sanchez, for Saturday, the board is wondering if it will need all of these binders.
I don't believe so, Mr. Chairman. We're not planning, and there may be some reference to things. I can try to get an email out by the end of the day to indicate, but I don't anticipate we're going to go over any of these items. It's just more intended to be public testimony regarding public nuisance. And then I did provide respondents and was going to relay to the board some possible Saturday hearing dates if we don't conclude, which I'm not sure we will this Saturday. We could secure venues on December 10th or December 17th, and they would be at the Warner Center Marriott in one of their ballrooms. Other location, we were able to find accommodations at the Woodland Hills Hilton, where I know we've attended some other hearings. That would only be for December 17th. There was no availability on that location for December 10th. And at the Valley Academy, which is the high school where we've had other hearings in that community, there is no availability for the 10th or the 17th. So the only venue for the 10th would be the Warner Center Marriott, and on the 17th would be the Warner Center Marriott and the Woodland Hills Hilton.
Will it be at the end of the day on Saturday, November 5, that you will know whether or not you will need another day?
Yes. And I'll ask to have, if someone from Public Affairs will be available, and we could try to get confirmation at that time to make sure we have a venue to give notice for a upcoming hearing.
Okay. Anything else
Mr. Chairman,
while we're waiting? Mr. Beck?
on Saturday, we might use a few very small exhibits out of our notebook, but I would suggest that none of them will be longer than a page or two at the most, and we will project them. So I don't really think there's a need for a board member to bring those along. If we have any of the emails to use, we'll bring handout copies for you. So I wouldn't lug my notebook if I were you.
I could leave my van at home.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, we'll go off the record for a bit.
that's only answers the date, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you have the document there, then just read the date.
Okay.
So I think that was the only lingering question.
Ready? We're back on the record. I think we were continuing with hearing board questions. Dr. Lerner?
Hi, Dr. Lau. This exhibit I want to ask you something. Can you help me with it?
Let me get Exhibit H in front of me. Which one is that, if you could remind
Exhibit
me?
HH, it's Larry
Oh,
Israel
yes,
samples.
sure. Okay.
Okay. If you look from the year 2013 through 2014, there's a trending downward in the readings. And the question I have is there any methodological reason for this? That's my first question. And
So
perhaps you-
analytically, no, there should not be. I mean, these methods are not only do they have quality control criteria, they are also assessed externally through US EPA. So as far as if you're asking about method drift, which is what I believe your question is regarding, no. The accuracy of these methods are highly confident.
Okay, do we have any concomitant landfill data that could be interspersed in this 2-year period? Because the landfill reading is in March of 2015, but the other data is actually
Right.
in a different time period.
So this table only reflects the community samples. As I mentioned, the samples were taken in pairs typically, one near the area of the complaint, and then the other was closer to where the landfill was. This table does not include the second set of data per those reports.
I see. Will that data become available?
The data is available in your exhibits.
Dr. Lerner, we didn't choose to put that in this exhibit, but it is available. We could insert another column in here to show the landfill data if you'd like.
Yeah, please.
We'll
If you
do that.
can. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Prussack?
Dr. Lowe, you had mentioned at some point during your testimony odorous compounds, and you had listed off sulfur compounds like hydrogen sulfide, mercaptans. You mentioned sweet or aromatic compounds and rancid smells, which are acids. Was that meant to be a complete list of the types of?
At least of the types that I know of that can be analyzed, chemically.
Okay, so that was one of my questions. So all of those that you mentioned can be analyzed chemically?
Yes,
Okay.
but again, that's still a subsuite of the total number of compounds that would be considered odoriferous.
Okay, and then would all or some of these be odors, if you know, that you'd likely to find from a landfill such as Sunshine Canyon?
I don't know.
Okay, and of those that can be quantified or measured, was the only one measured in the samples taken the hydrogen sulfide?
If you're referring to the AQMD samples, I don't think hydrogen sulfide was a component of that because Tedlar bags need to be sampled. However, the inspector is trained to know the smell of sulfur compounds. So if sulfur compounds are detected, because again, as I mentioned, it has either that rotten egg smell or the kind of natural gas smell, then they would have taken an appropriate container for that. A standard default as part of protocol to look for air toxics and gases in general would be the canister. And if they smell any sulfur compounds, then they would take the Tedlar bag.
Okay, I guess I was referring specifically to Exhibit 24.
Are those the quarterly reports
Yeah, no,
as submitted by the landfill? Or yeah.
yes. And I recall you talking about hydrogen sulfide here.
Correct.
And then saying that
The contract lab that the landfill contracts out to has a detection of 50 parts per billion, as noted in the reports. And Yeah.
Okay, so what the type of equipment that they used could not detect because it was less than 50?
Well, it should be able to detect anything that's 50 parts per billion or higher.
But in this case, it was less than 50, but we don't know what.
That's what the report says, yes.
Okay, and that was, just to be clear for me, so that was the only odoriferous component that you mentioned to us that was actually in any way measured?
From the report, yes. I mean, other of the volatile organic compounds can be, have smells, but in very high levels.
Okay, so none of the ones that we've seen on any of the exhibits that we received regarding measurements that were taken were VOCs that were in sufficient quantities as to be odoriferous?
Right. So, I mean, just to mention, like some of those compounds, you would probably smell them more likely in like a liquid form, and obviously in liquid form it's much more concentrated than air. So a lot of times the smells associated with a particular compound, let's say benzene or, you know, ones that we're used to traditionally thinking as air toxics, if they're in liquid form, then they would have a smell. So, you know, the compounds that were measured as part of the suite that are there, most of them are air toxics, and the primary concern for hydrogen sulfide would be more for nuisance.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the exhibits that you showed us this morning and the results don't give us a full picture of whether there's an odor nuisance?
Yes, and I testified that this is a subset of the world of odoriferous compounds.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Ms. Byrd?
I wanted to go back to the integrity of the samples, since that came up. And I know that Mr. Camarino asked you about the standards, and you said there were method standards. I was wondering, are those set by a scientific organization? Is that set by EPA? Is that the manufacturer's standards that allow for that 30 days?
Sure. So typically when a method goes out, at least especially US EPA method, there's a working group that's associated with it. And the working group is typically led by scientists and will also incorporate the comments from other scientists from other agencies, other laboratories. So it has an accumulation of comments and concerns relative to the development of the criteria for the method.
Okay, so this is the EPA standard?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure of that. And also, was Exhibit 33, was that
I
prepared?
guess I should be, you're regarding with the AQMD results or the Sunshine Canyon landfill?
The results from AQMD where the
Yes.
inspector took them?
Right.
Okay. Also, was Exhibit 33 prepared in response to something, or was that just the timing of it, March of 2016?
I wasn't the author, and so I'm not, I can't answer that.
Okay.
I could
You
give
can.
some insight.
Okay, thank you.
There were some town hall meetings, and the community had identified, as Mr. McMillan testified, about the potential for AER emissions and what was the district doing about it. So we gave an update on the various results in our analysis. I think he testified to emissions from the landfill as well as reported emissions in the air monitoring results and air emissions reported by the landfill. And so that was a synthesis of that various data to put into one document, and it's been provided to the public and put on our website.
Thank you.
Dr. Derner?
One last question that may not be answerable. Is there any correlation between particulate matter, criteria pollutant, those pollutants, and odoriferous materials in the air? In other words, when one goes up, is there often an association with the other group? And if so, what particular ones, if that is the case? Or has anybody kind of looked at, I'm sure you guys have looked at this.
So the answer is it depends. So with regards to PM, there's many different sources. Not all of them are odoriferous. As far as correlations, it depends on the source. So for example, maybe if it's a flare from a refinery, it'll be emitting SO2 and maybe has some H2S associated with it. So you may have smells associated with that source. However, if you have, let's say, a gas, well, you're going to have a smell without having the particulates associated with it. So it depends.
May I just follow up with that, specifically with regard to the landfill? Is there any relationship between those two variables?
Not that I'm aware of. The only thing I can say is that if they have flares, there may be compounds that would be considered. In fact, when you look at the landfill gas flare data, it does have H2S in it. So, but that's more, there's no measurements per se that would indicate that. So, because there's no PM measurements as part of the data packet.
Senator?
On the test equipment, how often do you calibrate it?
So you're talking about the analytical equipment. So the analytical equipment is calibrated continuously. There's a continuous calibration for the mass spectrometer that occurs within every sample bracket. So maybe like every 10 or 20 samples, there's a quality control check that's run along with it, along with a blank to make sure that there's nothing in the column residual from previous samples.
So each test is a verification which really determines that the calibration of the equipment gives you a good, accurate reading.
Correct. That's what the calibration is intended.
Do you ever contract out any of these samples to be tested outside?
If an instrument is down and we're at risk of losing samples, then yes.
Pardon?
If our instrumentation is down due to technical work, or if we have to do some maintenance on the instrument and there's no alternative instrument, then sometimes samples are contracted out.
Did you ever have a sample contracted out to be analyzed by a lab outside and then inside and compare the results?
So yes, we have done inter-laboratory comparisons, especially with large ongoing projects.
Was it determined that there's a discrete difference in some cases in the findings?
Most of the time when we inter-compare with other laboratories, they come within quality control criteria. Usually that criteria is about 15%. And the one instance where we had a large ongoing that I was aware of, we were outside of those conditions. And then when the other laboratory looked into their analytical processes, they discovered that they had a contamination. They altered their process, and then we were equivalent.
So that was your proof?
So I'm just answering the question. Yes, that process does occur. Maybe not with this, because I think we did all the samples internally, but I don't. I think during that time period, I'm not sure if we did any comparisons with ATMA, if that's what you're asking.
I was just wondering if I can recall you testifying at some point in time previously that the sample was tested inside and outside, and there was a big discrete difference.
You may be referring to a different case.
It was a different case.
Yes.
But it's still, when it was not verified, then that was something that was of interest to me when it was not verified.
Yes, it was of interest to you for that case.
I raised the question, you recall.
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez?
Thank you. I believe one of the board members asked you whether the formaldehyde and acetaldehyde methods done for the landfills monitoring, that would be Exhibit 24, was the same as the MATES method for those compounds.
So yes, we had that verified that it is the same method. It's identified as EPA TO11, and that's for the analysis of carbonyl samples using high-performance liquid chromatography.
And then just one follow-up question regarding Exhibit HH. I believe Mr. Bruin asked you, based upon the NMOC levels as detected by the inspector, were those levels that detection of odor should not occur?
For those compounds that were analyzed as part of that sample set, they would not reach odor thresholds.
So could there be odors in the ambient air that could cause odors that were not included within this suite that was tested by the district?
Yes, that is a possibility.
And what compounds would you identify?
So again, this measurement only looked at the gaseous volatile organic compounds as listed in the laboratory report. The other three that I identified that can cause odors that can also be measured would be the sulfur compounds, the carbonyl compounds, and the acids.
And I believe you said the sulfur compounds would require collection of the air with a Tedlar bag?
Do you want me to go through all the methods, or just?
Well, let's just
Okay,
start with that
sure.
one.
So for the sulfur methods, there's a combination of methods. One you can actually use in the field using a portable H2S analyzer. The other method requires the collection of a Tedlar bag, and then that would be brought back to the aforementioned laboratory method, the sulfur chemiluminescence detector.
And what about the carbonyls? I believe that was the last odorous compound you identified.
So the carbonyls require the collection onto a cartridge that has dinitrophenylhydrazine on it, and within that cartridge is brought back to laboratory for the HPLC analysis.
And have we done those type of air sample collections before?
Yes, in general.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Dr. Lowe, if you follow up based on Mr. Sanchez's redirect. You indicated that inspectors for the Air District are equipped with Tedlar bags so that if they smell a sulfur compound that's odorous, they can take a Tedlar bag sample?
Yes.
And the Tedlar bag can then be tested for the presence of sulfur compounds, including hydrogen sulfide gas?
That is correct.
Do you know if Mr. Israel had access to Tedlar bags during the time frame involved in this case, which is October 2013 to the date this petition was filed?
That's probably a better question for Mr. Israel.
All right. So if Mr. Israel did not take any Tedlar bag samples, would that be an indication that he was not smelling any sulfur compounds at the time?
From my perspective, yes, and from my knowledge, if the report was being collected and made, that would be a potential source of information if sulfur compounds were smelled.
Okay. Now, I think you also mentioned carbonyls, and you indicated there was a carbonyl cartridge that had a certain chemical in it that was used to collect a carbonyl sample?
Correct.
Now, carbonyl samples were collected as part of the 1-year plus air monitoring program at Van Gogh and the landfill, is that right?
That is correct, as presented in the exhibit showing the summary of the report.
And the carbonyls tested at Van Gogh and at the landfill were less than the carbonyls detected in the annual air monitoring protocols at Burbank?
If I recall correctly, they were slightly elevated, but below certain health thresholds.
Are you talking now about acetaldehyde and formaldehyde?
Correct.
Those are carbonyls?
Correct.
Okay, well, we've already talked about those, though they were slightly higher at Van Gogh than at the landfill.
Correct.
And then with respect to acids, which was the third group, how do you take samples for acids and test for those?
So they're similar to carbonyl methods where you have to have a specially coated, I don't recall offhand the special chemical that is used to collect the acids, but essentially it's a tube that has a chemical in it, and then that is also taken for analysis.
All right.
We do not do that in-house at AQMD.
Say that last part one more
We
time.
do not do that in-house at AQMD.
Okay, you mean you don't do the testing?
Correct.
Do you
The
have,
analysis.
do you have the device that's used to capture an air sample so you can test the air sample for acids?
We have used them for other projects, but so they are available commercially, yes.
Do you know why the district did not take samples for acids in the field when Mr. Israel was taking the Suma canister samples?
It wasn't until probably recently that we discovered that the potential analytical methods as well as the sampling methods for it. And then also acids typically have the decay smell, so that's more of a rotting flesh, old meat type of smell. So again, those observations, if Mr. Israel had smelled them, would be in a follow-up report, I would assume.
So Mr. Israel could have said, I smell a decayed meat smell, we should take an acid sample?
You'd have to ask him if he has that knowledge to connect the two.
All right, okay. And then does Mr. Israel or do other air district, I'll strike that. Do air district inspectors have the ability to obtain the cartridges used to take carbonyl samples?
As I mentioned, they're commercially available, so anybody can get those.
And the Air District has those?
We've used them in the past. I don't know about our current inventory.
All right. Do you know why, do you have any information as to why Mr. Israel may not have taken carbonyl samples in the field?
As I mentioned, it's a recent tool that we've discovered, so that would be before the time frame that Mr. Israel would have taken these samples.
All right, okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowe.
Okay,
Dr.
thank you.
Lowe. Mr. Sanchez, your next witness will not be available till 1:30?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Hunter, are you available now?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Wade Hunter, W-A-Y-D-E-H-U-N-T-E-R. I'm the president of the North Valley Coalition of Concerned Citizens, Inc., and I am sworn. You already have my handout dated November 2nd, the one that I was prepared to deliver yesterday. It starts off assertion that others are responsible for odors. Now, I make these comments based on looking at their legal filings, which are on file on the AQMD's website, and a kind of a combination of some of the things that happen here today. And I do these ahead of time, or sorry, at the various hearings, and I do these ahead of time, so it doesn't necessarily comport with what might have happened, for instance, today or yesterday. Anyway, the assertion that others are responsible for odors. Variously, in their defense, BFIC/Republic cites locations near the landfill as potentially causing odor problems. The City of Los Angeles Street Tree Division, Bureau of Street Tree Services, Green Waste Facility, which processes up to 50,000 tons per year of tree trimmings, or the North Hills Recycling Inc. facility, which also processes green waste, are both located on Blucher Avenue in Granada Hills to the east of our community. Because of the prevailing winds, any odors that may be generated by those facilities will instead be carried directly to the south and southeast. Also, any odors they generate cannot be confused with the fresh trash odors in the morning or the methane odors at night that we smell. Even with the occasional easterly wind, there is no historical record of these facilities in their current location causing any odor problems for our community. And I have a couple of little asterisks there. I have an asterisk on methane, which says, the residents understand that methane has no odors, but that the odors being carried to them are a result of methane contaminated with the odors from the anaerobic breakdown of trash, which results variously in a sweet or a chemical or other odors different from the fresh trash odors that they experience. And then on the historical record, I had a double asterisk. Many years ago, residents did report the smell of compost and rotting vegetation coming from the east, which was subsequently determined to be coming from improperly turned windrows at the city's Street Tree Division Green Waste Processing Facility location, which at that time was located much closer to the community. Because of those complaints, it was relocated to its current location off of Blucher Avenue, which ended the odor complaints. The FIC/Republic also points to Sulphur Springs Road or the Cascade oil fields as other potential sources. But again, historical records don't bear this out, as the AQMD would have been able to trace these stationary types of, quote, sulfurous odors to the above sources if this was the case. For instance, we have also heard testimony from Mr. Larry Israel that the oil field located on the landfill's property to the south of the berm is not the source of odors. And I have another heading. If it is, then the odors are faint and fleeting. If you do not buy any of their other arguments, then most certainly they should be excused by you, because in their characterization of the odor, they are, quote, faint and fleeting. We have also included an excerpt of pages 4 through 10, which are attached to my submission, of that 27-page report from an earlier version of the SQMD report, which that was provided to the public for the month of October 2015, recording 370 reported calls. And please note you've previously received the first 3 pages. When the residents call into SQMD's 1-800-CUT-SMOG number to report odors, they frequently describe the odors as rotten, stinky, strong, potent, terrible, disgusting, stench, sour, pungent, putrid, poison, strong, nauseating, rancid, foul, horrible, and sweet or fruity, and I put in brackets, for methane. The list goes on. By the way, in those 10 pages I've just given you, you will find all of those described. There are many more pages, as I pointed out in that report. You've got the first 10, there's another 17, and I guarantee that kind of information would be repeated again. For the people that they're smelling, and listening to this report over here, well, we took a sample, and we can't see or find any odorous compounds that would, hey, these people are calling and they're not making it up. So I want you to see what is going on. The AQMD's petition for order of abatement under number 8, lines 6 through 9 on page 3 states that the district has received over 3,000 odor complaints beginning in October 2013 through the present. And we presume that this date again was chosen because the odors from 2009 to 2012 were covered by a prior abatement order. However, we contend that since the prior abatement order has failed to correct the odor problem, all odors since 2009, which now number over 9,500, are in play, and that the board, when making any decision on mitigation measures, must look to the entire record in order to provide, quote, timely relief to the community who has suffered so long, and in order to protect their future health, safety, and welfare. And I thank you for the opportunity to comment. Would you like me to go to the next one, or would you like to?
You have a next one? Go ahead.
Yes, I do, sir. If you'd like to, we'll do it all in one shot. Today, I'm giving up my prepared written comments to address some of the previous testimony and cross that you have heard this past few days, and that would go to Mr. Yazdani, Mr. Singh, Mr. Natinyewa, among them. And just so you know, here's my one all ready to hand out to you, but I'm giving this one up and just going to my written notes. This is not your mother's trash. Because of the recycling and diversion, we are left with a high amount of organics from the city, and I have in brackets, you can't see this, Clark's, which is a central Los Angeles, it's a recycling and transfer facility, and 6 Republic MRFs. The city contributes about 40% of the waste to the landfill, and Republic contributes 40% of the waste. This material that we're getting is high in organics and it's wet, all of which contributes to the production of methane and odors. Why the big deal about dirt? The real reason, money. The extra 9 inches daily was costing them money. Okay, doubling the cost per ton to dispose. They were losing airspace and using up their stockpile of cover soil and potentially facing having to import it and again increasing their cost. Why the big deal about peelback? The real reason? Money. Originally 6 inches of dirt daily with a 9-inch on the weekend was what was required. They were then permitted to use tarps as ADC. However, when they removed the tarps in the morning, it resulted in odor complaints. Again, we go to money. Is the peelback dirt, okay, or at least the majority of it, could be reused. So, again, I really think that they're motivated by money and not by anything else, and they've not tried to solve the problem. BFIC referred to 4 engineering company reports. What these companies did not take into account when they made reports was that after BFIC discovered that the wells were watered in, they did not dewater them expeditiously, allowing them to collect water and to interfere with the gas collection. Why, you ask? Because it bolstered their contention that the 9 inches of daily soil was causing the problem and hence the odors, plus the real reasons I mentioned before, money. They did not install pumps, which Mr. Sherman, the general manager, said are expensive. Mr. Skip Bombard, the civil engineer who sat on the SCLE, when he heard about it, immediately asked for regular updates on the wells after that particular hearing when they found out about them, because so many of them were impacted in the area under question. He too understood that they should have been remediated in the shortest time possible. So what you need to ask is, when was each well first found to be watered in, and when did it actually have a pump put in it? Because I think you're going to find a very large gap in time, and that was contributing to the odors. Look at the SQMD yearly chart, which is posted on your AQMD website, not yours, but the AQMD's website here. It's basically by year. And if you happen to look at that, you'll notice that from October of 2010, when they first put the, you can say I'm holding this up if you can see it, when they first put in the 9 inches of soil, the odor complaints started to still continue up. But you know what? The next 2 years it dropped down. Why was that? Because you were putting 9 inches of soil on it, was stopping odors. It did have an impact. It was doing something good. So, you know, their claim, and I sort of kind of want to go into it, they imply the 9 inches immediately created an odor problem from October 2010, but we know that trash does not immediately decompose and hence would not have immediately added to the odor complaints. You have heard reference to the gas generation curve for methane for MSW. It's a bell-shaped curve over a 20-year period of time, or a 20-year span, with a peak at 10 years, just like that. That's how it happens. You put it in, it doesn't start immediately, it builds up, and it peaks at about 10 years, and then it starts to decrease. The ADC one-year pilot program has had problems. Residents reported the odors were getting worse. The act of placing fresh trash on top of the ADC cover, which is just plastic, from the previous day and rolling over it in order to perforate it, allows any odors from the previous day, plus any methane with odors that has worked its way up over the weeks and months through that pile, okay? Because now we have in effect interconnected it, okay? As they try to tell you, we want to be able to draw down through this thing. Now it's all interconnected, but it's decomposing and it's coming methane rises and with it odors. So for us, in effect, it becomes the tarps that we once had. We used to have tarps, and every morning they would take them off and the odors would come out and everybody be calling up and complaining. And that was one thing that they ended up stopping with the soil. You put the soil on, that's it. It was one of the reasons, too, that you had Department of Public Works here. They didn't want to see the peel back, because if you peel back the dirt, you're again exposing the trash that you were trying to keep from, you know, being exposed and allowing the odors to come out. One of the reasons why that they had made sure that they weren't going to do it.
Mr. Wade, your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, actually, I'm finished. I did finish with hopefully the wells, when they are constructed without pumps, because they don't put pumps in anything else, the gas collection could be more efficient, and hopefully there's no watering in. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. You were here, I think you said you indicated, for Mr. Ayatiwa's testimony from LA County Department of Public Works.
Yeah, well, sir.
And I think he described their role as dealing with engineering and operational requirements at the landfill, and the NOV dealing with odor abatement or improvements at the landfill to reduce odor abatement. Was that your understanding of his testimony?
Yes, sir.
And in your role on the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Community Advisory Committee, is one of the regular presenters at that hearing Republic Services and representatives for Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
They are number one on the agenda.
And do they provide updates on operations at the landfill?
They do.
And does their presentation, is it limited to engineering and operational changes at the landfill, or do they also ever cover odor mitigation measures that they're implementing at the landfill?
Typically, there's a reciting of the improvements that they've put in. It's a general report. It's up to them. We just generally ask, what's currently going on. We ask for updates on the ADC program as part of that agenda item. It's pretty much free form for whoever is delivering that on their behalf. But generally, they do cover what they've done in the past, what they're currently doing, and what they plan to do in the future as far as mitigations or odor control. Because that, again, is a big item for us. I mean, it is the item. So,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Beck? Nothing. Board members? Wow. Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter.
And again, thank you for the board giving me the opportunity, and
You're always welcome. We have a bit of time. Mr. Bruin?
Mr. Chairman, we had the opportunity to add that extra column to the
okay.
Exhibit HH, and I'm happy to pass that out.
Very good.
Now, we could perhaps mark it as HHB,
Yes,
keep them together.
that's how it'll be marked. And while that's being handed out, looking forward, eventually, we're going to get to the point where this board will need to deliberate and make a decision. To help the board do that, the board will need the transcripts that are being developed, and we will also request 1 week before that final day when we do deliberate, providing the board with closing briefs. And the hearing board rules do provide the limitations on page number and other specifications for the closing briefs. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to address the board on this matter? I see none. Ms. Prusak?
I know you just sort of put it out there with the closing briefs, but since we're talking about it, if I can just request that when it's time, if there are any cases that are cited by any chance, any kind of law that's cited, if a copy of that be provided also to the board.
Okay, it looks like we have about 40 minutes before the next witness appears. Anything else that we can do to take advantage of the time? Nope. Mr. Sanchez, your witness will not be here before 1:30?
No, that, I will check right now if you just let me go off briefly.
We're off the
but-
record. back on the record. I've been advised that the district's next witness will not be available until 1:30. And that is your last witness of the day, Mr. Sanchez?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll be in recess until 1:30. Let's see. I'm going to make this announcement again later in the day, but for any member of the public who might be watching the, viewing the webcast, that is all of our hearings in our webcast, if you intend to testify on Saturday, anyone who intends to testify on Saturday and intends to bring some document, you're reminded that the board needs the original and 8 copies. We will not have any capability to make copies at the site in Northridge where we will be holding the hearing, so you need to provide the appropriate number of copies. And let's see, what else? Sir?
What's the message? Dr. Lee supposed to come back today?
Yes, 1:30. So we're in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Thank you.
We're back on the record. Mr. Sanchez or Ms. Reichert?
We have Sang-Mi Lee available for any additional questions by the board. If you want to hit your, there you go.
Dr. Lee, you remain under oath?
Yes.
Thank you. I think the senator had some questions for you.
Dr. Lee,
Yes.
I recall you stating you got your doctoral degree in 2000.
Yes.
What field was that?
Atmospheric sciences.
What kind of science?
Atmospheric sciences.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I looked at these charts that you provided us. Let me just lay the little groundwork here. On Exhibit FF is a cluster of people having made complaints at various times of the day.
If you could give us a moment, we don't have that one in front of us. What exhibit are you?
Yeah, we got HH. FF, I'm sorry, FF.
FF. Can you? And the witness hasn't had a chance to look at this,
I know, it's just.
so let me
Visual is
We're off the
okay.
record.
give her a second to look at it.
Yeah.
We're back on the record.
I'm attempting to lay the foundation to determining just how FF was created. I think it's my understanding, and if you could disagree with me if you think so, that a number of complaints were registered by individuals living in that area over a period of time, repeatedly. And your wind directions, I think you explained about the heat, convection, conduction. How did you explain which one was the convection or convection?
Convection.
Convection, how was that determined on the Earth surface?
The convection, the way that is related with this matter is the solar radiation hits the Earth surface and then heats up the ground. So that creates hot air near the ground. Then hot air rises, and then it mixes down with the cold air at up aloft. So that way it creates this kind of a circular convective motion.
You have a lot of arrows here in your diagram,
Uh-huh.
page 3. And they go in different directions, north, south,
Yes.
all at an angle. Nothing is pointing directly at the surface.
I see. So this, first of all, each of these arrows reflecting.
Can you give me a second? Could you pull up this, or put on the laptop so that we can have the diagram they're referring to?
We could toggle over you.
Thank you. Is this the
The view slide.
is this the, you were referring to page 3, you said?
Page 3.
Yeah.
4 is same thing,
Okay.
essentially.
So,
It's nothing mysterious about what I'm asking, so
okay.
I just wanted to have this, but it said slide 5 of 10, that's why I was confused, so.
So when.
the arrows are pointing in the same direction. The diagram is different.
So first, when any materials, whether it's pollutants or even nicer smell ones, anything that is in the atmosphere, it diluted with the air around it. And then when there is a wind blowing it, that diluted air moves with this prevailing wind, but at the same time it disperses around. So as the map as you showed, even though there is one straight line, the actual plume or odorous plume or pollutants plume from the landfill, it coming out, but it grows in the lateral direction, on the sideways.
What grows? I mean, the
So the plume itself becomes bigger and bigger, right? So here is landfill. As it travels with the wind, it becomes bigger, like this. So it's plume, as initially this small, and then it becomes wider and wider as it travels downstream.
how's the plume created?
The plume, I meant the air mass that contains the odorous pollutants or odorous materials. That's, I just called it as odor plume or pollutant plume. Plume in the sense, so let's say there is a factory and then you have a stack. Then from the stack, there is smoke plume coming out of it. But then as you go away from the stack, the plume becomes wider and wider, right?
Now you take those directional arrows.
So what I try to get is that this transport pattern it is not, so let's say I'm the source of the odor or pollution, and then sorry for pointing it, so let's say it's going, so you are right here, this wind direction is this. But that doesn't mean anybody sitting next to them would not sense the smell because this plume or this pollutant disperses, dilutes over the path of the travel.
If I can, are you asking about what directions those arrows are indicating?
The surface of the earth never feel the full effect of the air. Will you let her answer, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that.
She'll tell you what it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Senator,
okay.
I think council is trying to help.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure she understood the question, but maybe I didn't.
She understands it.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, but still the way we see here, the pattern-wise, it doesn't need to be wind exactly north-northwest or northwest or west-northwest. So it comes from the northerly direction. As long as it has the component that coming from the north, even though it deviates maybe 15 degree more east or 15 degree more west, it still affects that communities that sits right down the south of the landfill. So, it's not like drawing a straight line between landfill and the receptor points. Even around it more or less get affected by this odor materials, odor transport.
Let's look at 9 o'clock on your diagram. We have a wind direction going slanting downward, wind direction going just over to the left of that. What effect is that? A vortex that's being created?
Which one is? So you're talking about the wind direction changing at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's coming from north to south, and then 10 o'clock it shifts from most like east to west.
Right.
So that's basically rotation of the wind, but with time. So it is not like at the same time wind is swirling around. It
Not like-
happens an hour later. It's slowly transitioning, churning.
Like a vortex, where it turns and turns. Or is
But-
that, am I right about that? Yes or no?
It's a kind of, in my mind, when you say vortex, it's like rapidly rotating ones.
slowly.
But this one is, the time difference between these two arrows is 1 hour. So it is 1 hour, it's slowly transitioning and then shifted 90 degree. So it is not going around 360 degree over and over.
Okay, let's look at
Does it make sense? Yes.
2100 hour.
Yes.
the arrow is pointing, slanting downward. That's like 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night,
Yes.
and it's not that much motion.
Oh, that what actually means is 21 o'clock, wind was more like this direction. And then 22 o'clock, it's almost the same. So there was not much changes over the 2 hours in average sense. So it stays almost the same wind direction.
Miles per hour, you have it listed someplace at that point in time. It's like 8 miles on average, 8 miles per hour,
Yes, that's wind speed. Yeah.
wind speed.
Yes.
And I'm trying to find out just how this wind forces the odor to remain at a low level at that point in time at night. Is it heavy air?
Heavy in the sense it's colder air. So in the
Colder air.
air, if it's cold, it's heavier than warm air.
I'm just trying to find out whether or not there's a rationale for the individuals who live in the area of FF, which this diagram is shown, would be affected by the odor that's been at that particular time at night. Cold air, heavy air, and the direction of the wind which is blowing. If it has like a vortex effect, then it would explain how, or inversion layer, explain how at night, with the terrain being what it is, the mountains and so on, would generate that effect. Is that possible? Or do you understand the question?
I think I understand the question.
Right.
So, but the nighttime, so this solar radiation hitting the Earth's surface is gone. So then the air becomes stable, meaning the colder air is on the lower altitude and higher altitude has warmer air. So there is no this convection. So this colder air staying near the ground stays as it is. So if there is any odorous material coming out of any source area, then it would stay close to the ground. And then if there is a northerly flow, like the average sense there is, then it would transport down to that area located south of the source.
So therefore, question, if an odor is generated in that general area, and as night falls, to the inversion layer, whatever the case may be, cold air, it's held there in a specific area. My question is that possible?
But then at the same time, the nature of this atmosphere is it would not just stay there, it would pass through. But when wind is slower, it passing through more, it's a slow speed. So it's a stagnant little longer than stronger wind. So it would affect there, but that doesn't guarantee it will stay there forever.
That's true.
Yeah.
But if a person lives in the area, that's their residence, what's the likelihood of them being noticed that the odor is there, heavy air, late at night, with any kind of consistency?
I think that involves day-to-day variation of weather situation. So in average sense, the probabilities are high because when you average this 4-year period, the more like prevailing wind is coming from this landfill to the community direction. But then, of course, it does not eliminate the cases like wind is coming from different direction, or wind could be stronger, or like a Santa Ana case, wind is really strong, then there would not be an odor episode at that point.
Would you think it'd be out of the ordinary for a person living in that general area to smell an odor that time of night, given those environmental circumstances?
If it's an ordinary person, I guess that's probability-wise, yes.
I'm just trying to find out what the inspector was doing there, how this report got generated, and you just explained it to me. So that's why I was trying to get to the bottom of it.
Okay.
Thank you for your knowledge and experience and expertise and your explanation in response to the questions that are asked.
Oh, you're very welcome. By the way, I'd like to make one comment. Actually, my PhD is almost end of 1999, so I was just saying that my PhD was 2000, but I want to correct the fact, please.
1999 makes you a lot smarter.
Okay. I hope so.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any questions for Dr. Lee? Thank you for coming back.
Oh, you're very welcome. Am I done? Thank you.
Thank you.
Based on earlier information from Mr. Sanchez, I believe there's no other witnesses for the district for today. Before we adjourn, we have one email from a citizen, Stephen Beck. It's addressed to Mr. Sanchez, Ms. Manwain, Ms. Reichert, with copies to the clerk of the board. And it simply, looks like it just transmits a link on the computer, so it'll be marked as Public Exhibit 19. Also, with respect to exhibit number 24 that's been entered in evidence, that exhibit is about 600 pages, I believe, and we were wondering if the intent was to make only the documents that we received this morning, the copies, or the entirety of the entire 600 pages. Is that what you wanted to be in evidence?
Yes, I mean, I raised the same similar concern with the Title V permit is, I prefer to just only admit pages of documents that are presented as part of a hearing. But I included the whole document because I think we talked through the rule, and if the board wanted to review any of the additional materials that are part of that report, I would leave it to your discretion, but I only identified specifically around 5 pages from the last 2 years, which I think are the most current reports provided by the facility to the district. But I only talked about those 5 pages. If the board wants to admit the whole document, I'm not opposed to that, but I think I discussed only the relevant portions, and I'm willing to only admit those 5 pages in evidence if the board chooses.
Mr. Brown or Mr. Beck, any objection to limiting it to only those pages?
No.
Okay. Board members okay by that?
Chairman, I did, while we're talking about exhibits, I also wanted to move Exhibit 19 into evidence, which was Ms. Lee, Dr. Lee's presentation.
Okay.
And no objection to that.
Exhibit 19, District Exhibit 19 is in evidence. Okay, let's see, what else do I have? Okay, I think that's it. Again, a reminder to members of the public that any documents that you all wish to present at the hearing Saturday at Cal State Northridge, that they, bless you, that we need original and 8 copies. If there's nothing else, we will continue this matter to 9 a.m. Saturday, November 5, 2016 at Cal State Northridge. We're not adjourned yet, board members. I do have a couple of announcements.
I was just going to relay, Mr. Chairman, just thinking about what we had talked about previously, if I could identify any exhibits or if I could relieve the members of having to bring all their binders, but with you just making your announcements, I don't know what the public may bring up during the hearing, and so if we didn't bring something, I know we will bring a full set for the public to look at. And I've been trying to keep everything electronically, as I believe respondent has as well, that we could, and I think we're gonna have audio-visual accessibility there. So if there is a gap, we could try to bridge it, but with you saying that announcements and people sending us emails as they're watching, there may be things that may be brought up that I may not identify.
Okay. So it'll be, so forewarned, board members. Okay, so the matter is continued to Saturday, November 5. Board members, we previously had a hearing scheduled for the 8th of November, which is Tuesday. That should be a short hearing, and that may be rescheduled to the following day, November 9th. If it is, it will be at 1 o'clock. The morning has been reserved for our general meeting, and following the general meeting, we will have some additional training, an additional training session that will last until noon. We'll then take a lunch recess, and then at 1 o'clock, we'll entertain the hearing that is currently set for Tuesday, if the parties do agree to move it to Wednesday. So we don't know at this point whether or not we will have the hearing on Tuesday or Wednesday, but you will be notified as soon as the clerk finds out. That's it. We are adjourned. Thank you.